Sick of all
desk. Stairs. Ben had just gone to university. He didn't have much money, so he rented a tiny flat on the edge of town. It wasn't too bad, except for one of his neighbors. Whoever lived upstairs spent every evening walking about, and the clump of footsteps on his ceiling got on Ben's nerves. It went on till after midnight, and when the footsteps stopped, they were followed by a creaking noise that continued for a few more minutes before, finally, all went quiet. Ben tried to complain to the noisy neighbor, but the neighbor wouldn't answer when he knocked on the door. So he complained to the landlord instead. "Nothing I can do about it," said the landlord. "He's very keen on aerobics." That explained the clumping. But what about the creaks? The landlord said he didn't know, and added that, for the rent Ben was paying, he'd just have to put up with it. Ben thought he sounded shifty, but when he tried to push, the landlord hung up. The clumpings and creakings went on, and the man upstairs still wouldn't answer his door. Ben wasn't getting much sleep. He grumbled to his new friends about the problem. Then one day in the canteen, an older student called Jane came up to him. She looked worried. "I used to live in the same house as you," she said. "Which flat's yours?" "The next to top floor," said Ben. Jane's face went white. "Then your neighbor must be Malcolm Price?" "Well, at least I've got a name for the next time I shout at him," growled Ben. Jane swallowed. "It won't do any good," she whispered. "You see, Malcolm died 2 years ago." Ben listened with horror to the story. Malcolm Price had been a student at the college. But he had failed his first-year exams and hanged himself in his own flat. Ben started to shudder. Clump, clump, clump. Like someone walking round and round. Thinking. Then creak. Creak. Like a heavy weight swinging at the end of a rope. "The landlord pretends there's nothing wrong," said Jane, "but no one will stay in that flat anymore." Ben swallowed. "Did you know Malcolm?" "Oh, yes." She smiled sadly. "I lived downstairs from him, too?" He nodded. "I suppose you don't know anyone who's looking for a flatmate?" Jigsaw puzzle. It was on the top shelf of an old bookcase, covered with dust and barely visible. Lisa decided she had to find out what it was. Of all the things in the old junk shop, it aroused her curiosity most. She had looked through old books, prints, and postcards for hours. Nothing had caught her interest. Now the old box, high and out of reach, intrigued her. She looked around for the old man who ran the store. But he had gone into the back room. She saw a stepladder across the room and brought it over to the bookcase. It shook on the uneven floorboards as she climbed to the top step. Lisa patted her hand along the surface of the top shelf, trying to find the box. The dirt was thick and gritty on the board. Then she touched the box. It was made of cardboard. The cardboard was cold and soft from being in the damp room for such a long time. She lifted the box down slowly, trying to steady her balance on the stepladder. As the side of the box reached her eye level, she could read the words, 500 pieces. She sat the box down on top of the stepladder and climbed down a few steps. Then she blew away some of the dust that had accumulated on the lid. It billowed up around her with a musty, dead odor. But now she could make out a few more words on top of the box.
the strangest jigsaw puzzle in the world.
There were other words underneath that, but they had been rubbed off the cardboard lid. The big picture on the cover had been curiously damaged. Lisa could make out areas of light and dark. It looked as though the scene might be in a room. But most of the picture had been scratched off the cardboard box, probably by a sharp instrument. The mysterious nature of the jigsaw puzzle made it even more appealing to Lisa. She decided she would buy it. The lid was taped down securely. That probably meant that all the pieces would be there. As she carefully climbed down the stepladder, Holding the box in both hands, Lisa smiled to herself. It was quite a find, just the sort of thing she had always hoped to discover while rummaging through secondhand stores. Mr. Tuborg, the owner of the store, came out of the back room as she was walking up to his sales desk. He looked curiously at the box when Lisa set it down. "And where did you find that?" he asked her. Lisa pointed to where she had set up the stepladder. "It was on top of that bookcase. You could barely see it from the floor." "Well, I've never seen it before, that's for sure," Mr. Tuborg said. "I can't imagine how you found it." Lisa was more pleased than ever about her find. She felt as though the puzzle had been hiding up there, waiting for her to discover it. She paid Mr. Tuborg the 25 cents he asked for the puzzle and then wrapped it carefully in the newspapers he gave her to take it home in. It was late on a Saturday afternoon. Lisa lived alone in a small room in an old apartment house. She had no plans for Saturday night. Now she decided to spend the whole evening working on the puzzle. She stopped at a delicatessen and bought some meat, bread, and cheese for sandwiches. She would eat while she put the puzzle together. As soon as she had climbed the flight of stairs to her room and put away the groceries, Lisa cleaned off the big table in the center of the room. She set the box down on it.
The strangest jigsaw puzzle in the world.
Lisa read the words again. She wondered what they could mean. How strange could a jigsaw puzzle be? The tape that held the lid down was still strong. Lisa got out a kitchen knife to slice through it. When she lifted the cover off the box, a musty smell came from inside. But the jigsaw pieces all looked in good condition. Lisa picked one up. The color was faded, but the picture was clear. She could see the shape of a finger in the piece. It looked like a woman's finger. Lisa sat down and started to lay out the pieces, top side up, on the large table. As she took them from the box, she sorted out the flat-edged pieces from the inside pieces. Every so often, she would recognize something in one of the pieces. She saw some blonde hair, a window pane, and a small vase. There was a lot of wood texture in the pieces, plus what looked like wallpaper. Lisa noticed that the wallpaper in the puzzle looked a lot like the wallpaper in her own room. She wondered if her wallpaper was as old as the jigsaw puzzle. It would be an incredible coincidence, but it could be the same. By the time Lisa had all of the pieces laid out on the table, it was 6:30. She got up and made herself a sandwich. Already, her back was beginning to hurt a little from leaning over the table. But she couldn't stay away from the puzzle. She went back to the table and set her sandwich down beside her. It was always like that when she did jigsaws. Once she started, she couldn't stop until the puzzle was all put together. She began to sort out the edge pieces according to their coloring. There were dark brown pieces, whitish pieces, the wallpaper pieces, and some pieces that seemed to be like glass, perhaps a window. As she slowly ate her sandwich, Lisa pieced together the border. When she was finished, she knew she had been right about the setting of the picture when she had first seen the puzzle. It was a room. One side of the border was wallpaper. Lisa decided to fill that in first. She was curious about its resemblance to her own wallpaper. She gathered all the pieces together that had the blue and lilac flowered design. As she fit the pieces together, it became clear that the wallpaper in the puzzle was identical to the wallpaper in her room. Lisa glanced back and forth between the puzzle and her wall. It was an exact match. By now it was 8:30. Lisa leaned back in her chair. Her back was stiff. She looked over at her window. The night was black outside. Lisa got up and walked over to the window. Suddenly, she felt uneasy, alone in the apartment. She pulled the white shade over the window. She paced around the room once, trying to think of something else she might do instead of finishing the puzzle. But nothing else interested her. She went back and sat down at the table. Next, she started to fill in the lower right-hand corner. There was a rug and then a chair. This part of the puzzle was very dark. Lisa noticed uneasily that the chair was the same shape as one sitting in the corner of her room. But the colors didn't seem exactly the same. Her chair was maroon. The one in the puzzle was in the shadows and seemed almost black. Lisa continued to fill in the border toward the middle. There was more wallpaper to finish on top. The left-hand side did turn out to be a window. Through it, a half-moon hung in a dark sky. But it was the bottom of the puzzle that began to bother Lisa. As the pieces fell into place, she saw a picture of a pair of legs, crossed underneath a table. They were the legs of a young woman. Lisa reached down and ran her hand along one of her legs. Suddenly, she had felt as though something was crawling up it, but it must have been her imagination. She stared down at the puzzle. It was almost 3/4 done. Only the middle remained. Lisa glanced at the lid of the puzzle box.
The strangest jigsaw.
She shuddered. Lisa leaned back in her chair again. Her back ached. Her neck muscles were tense and strained. She thought about quitting the puzzle. It scared her now. She stood up and stretched. Then she looked down at the puzzle on the table. It looked different from the higher angle. Lisa was shocked by what she saw. Her body began to tremble all over. It was unmistakable. The picture in the puzzle was of her own room. The window was placed correctly in relation to the table. The bookcase stood in its exact spot against the wall. Even the carved table legs were the same. Lisa raised her hand to knock the pieces of the puzzle apart. She didn't want to finish the strangest jigsaw puzzle in the world. She didn't want to find out what the hole in the middle of the puzzle might turn out to be. But then she lowered her hand. Perhaps it was worse not to know. Perhaps it was worse to wait and wonder. Lisa sank back down into the chair at the table. She fought off the fear that crept into the sore muscles of her back. Deliberately, piece by piece, she began to fill in the hole in the puzzle. She put together a picture of a table, on which lay a jigsaw puzzle. This puzzle inside the puzzle was finished. But Lisa couldn't make out what it showed. She pieced together the young woman who was sitting at the table, the young woman who was herself. As she filled in the picture, her own body slowly filled with horror and dread. It was all there in the picture, the vase filled with blue cornflowers, her red cardigan sweater, the wild look of fear on her own face. The jigsaw puzzle lay before her, finished except for 2 adjoining pieces. They were dark pieces, ones she hadn't been able to fit into the area of the window. Lisa looked behind her. The white blind was drawn over her window. With relief, she realized that the puzzle picture was not exactly like her room. It showed the black night behind the window and a moon shining in the sky. With trembling hands, Lisa reached for the second to last piece. She dropped it into one of the empty spaces. It seemed to be half a face, but not a human face. She reached for the last piece. She pressed it into the small hole left in the picture. The face was complete, the face in the window. It was more horrible than anything she had ever seen, or dreamed. Lisa looked at the picture of herself in the puzzle and then back to that face. Then she whirled around. The blind was no longer over her window. The night showed black through the window pane. A half moon hung low in the sky. Lisa screamed the face, it was there, too. The late train. Peter was enjoying the office Christmas party when he suddenly realized that his last train home went in 5 minutes. He said hasty goodbyes and sprinted to the station. The platform was deserted. The train must have gone. It was pouring with rain, too. Peter cursed. If only he didn't live so far away from town. Now what was he going to do? Then he glimpsed lights up the line and moments later heard a rattling, thrumming sound. The train, it must be running late, he hadn't missed it after all. The train pulled in and Peter scrambled aboard. There was no one else in the dimly lit carriage, and he settled into a seat, feeling relieved. 20 minutes, and he'd be home. They rattled steadily along. It was too dark to see anything outside except lights going by, blurred by rain on the window. But Peter made this journey twice a day, so he knew exactly where he was. There were 2 stops before his own station. Not long to go. After a while he frowned and looked at his watch. 10 minutes since he had got on board. They should have reached the first stop by now. Why was the train so slow? He looked through the window again. Odd, the railway ran beside the bypass. He should have been able to see the yellow lights along the road. But there was only darkness outside. Pitch darkness. Total darkness. What was going on? Peter felt uneasy. Jumping up, he ran to the end of the carriage and opened the connecting door. The next coach was empty, too. He ran along it to the next. Empty. At the end was the locked door leading to the driver's cab. Peter banged his fist on it and called, "Hello?" Nobody answered. Maybe the driver couldn't hear him? He shouted, "Hey! Where are we?" But still there was no reply. And the train rattled on. A couple were driving along the bypass when the woman suddenly jumped. "Oh," she said. "How weird. I could have sworn I just saw a train on the line. But then it vanished." "There aren't any trains at this time of night," said her husband. "You imagined it," he laughed. "Unless it was a ghost train, of course." "Don't be silly," she said. "There are no such things?" But as she settled back in her seat, for some reason she shivered. Sleeping Beauty. The bad fairy wasn't invited to the baby princess's christening. But she turned up anyway, appearing in a puff of smoke as all the good fairies were giving the baby gifts. "I've got a gift for her?" The bad fairy snarled, "When she is 18, she will prick her finger on a spindle and die." And she vanished the same way as she had come. But one good fairy still had a gift to give. "Don't be afraid," she comforted the sobbing queen. "I can't undo the bad fairy's magic, but I can lessen it. The princess won't die when she pricks her finger. Instead, she will sleep until she is woken by a kiss from a handsome prince." Of course, as everyone knows, the princess did prick her finger. But the good fairy's magic worked. The whole court fell fast asleep. And the good fairy thought, "I'm sure I've forgotten something." Years passed. Briars grew up round the castle. The court slept on. And the good fairy, fairies are immortal, by the way, thought, "I'm sure I've forgotten something." Then, after 100 years, a handsome prince came along. The briars had become a dense thorn forest by now. But the prince bravely fought his way through them and reached the castle. The good fairy watched him through her crystal ball. "I did forget something," she mused. "I wish I could remember what it was." In the castle, sleeping people lay everywhere. Some were snoring. The prince climbed to the top of a high tower. And there, on a bed draped with velvet curtains, was the princess, fast asleep. She was so beautiful that the prince instantly fell in love with her. He bent over the bed and gently kissed her. And the good fairy, still looking into her crystal ball, suddenly remembered. "Oh, no," she groaned. The princess's hair turned white. Her skin wrinkled, then shriveled away. She became a skeleton. The skeleton dissolved into dust. And all over the castle, other skeletons dissolved, until there was nothing but dust left. The good fairy covered her eyes with both hands. "That was it," she wailed. "The thing I left out of my spell. I forgot to include the bit about time not passing inside the castle walls." The prince ran out of the castle, screaming and gibbering. And the good fairy packed her bags and left, hurriedly, for a very long holiday in fairyland. Where is it? This is so annoying. Where did I put it? I know it's around here somewhere. But can I find it? No. And can I remember where I left it? Not a chance. I've looked absolutely everywhere. Okay, I know everyone says that when they've lost something, but in this case it really is true. No stone unturned, as the saying goes. It's almost enough to make me believe in gremlins. Right. Start again. I'll go through the room millimeter by millimeter, and if it's here, I will find it. I really will. 3 more hours, and I still haven't found it. This is a bit worrying. It couldn't somehow have got into the waste bin, could it? No, surely not. Surely not. I wouldn't have been so careless. Though I did knock some stuff off my desk this morning, didn't I? Could it have fallen into the bin, and I didn't notice? I hope not. I really do. The bins were all emptied at lunchtime, you see, and the truck from the depot came an hour ago, so if it was accidentally thrown away, it's so small that there's no chance of ever finding it again. Just a little plastic file, no bigger than my thumb. Oh, dear. I mean, I know it's still at an early stage, but the first experiments show that it could be pretty devastating. A very nasty little virus, in fact. And we haven't started working on an antidote. So, if even a tiny amount got into the air, no one knows for sure what the effect would be. Bouret. I think I might go abroad for a little while. The Psycho is a scary story about a girl who starts dating a new guy. Her friends tell her there is something wrong with him, but she ignores their warnings. My name is Dasha, and I want to tell you a story about my last boyfriend. We met at university. We accidentally bumped into each other in the hallway. He asked me to go for coffee with him, and I agreed. He told me his name was Norman. We talked about this and that. He was handsome and witty. I was very attracted to him, and before long, we were dating. Norman was very sensitive and caring guy, not like my previous boyfriends. It was like he was from another planet. He was always interested in what I wanted, always concerned about my needs, but at the same time he was very masculine. I felt safe with him. Everything was fine at first. It was my friend's birthday and our whole group gathered in a bar to celebrate. I was excited because I brought Norman and I wanted to introduce him to everyone. Sitting at the table, we were having fun, drinking and laughing. Then some of the guys went outside to smoke and Norman went with them. They were gone for 5 minutes, and when they returned, I was approached by my friend Simon. "Dasha, I think there's something wrong with this Norman guy," he said. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Well, he's kind of strange." He started talking about his mother, saying really weird things. Then he started giggling like an idiot for no reason. "He's not normal, Norman? Not normal? Are you sure?" I said. Of course, I spoke with Norman about it, but he denied everything. He said my guy friends were just jealous of our relationship and they were trying to drive a wedge between us. I believed him, especially since Simon had asked me out on a date one time and I had to turn him down. It was possible that he just wanted to turn me against Norman and get rid of his competition. But the more time I spent with Norman, the more I started to notice some strange behavior. Sometimes, he would get a faraway look in his eyes and go silent for a few minutes. Then he would start talking again as if nothing had happened. And he began to call me Mommy. I put up with his little eccentricities, because everything else in the relationship was wonderful. And then something happened. It was like a bolt from the blue. One day, he kidnapped me. We at my house and my parents were out. I went upstairs to get something. All of a sudden, I felt him grab me from behind and he put a handkerchief over my nose and mouth. It was soaked in some kind of chemical and within seconds, I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in some shabby apartment with a dirty rag stuffed in my mouth. My arms and legs were tied to the bed and I had a terrible headache. Norman came in. He put his finger to his lips and pulled the rag from my mouth. I immediately screamed and Norman slapped me across the face really hard. "Don't you dare cry," he growled. "My mother never cried. Okay?" He untied my hands and gave me a withering look. He told me that if I tried to run away, things would only get worse. Norman took me into the kitchen and sat me down at the table. He put a plate of food in front of me and told me to eat. All this time, he did not take his eyes off me for a second, so I just did as I was told. When I looked into Norman's eyes, I could see he was a complete psycho. How could I have not seen this in him before? He smiled at me, as if everything was normal. "How are things at work, Mommy?" he asked. I had no other choice but to play along with him. "All good," I replied. "So, we'll go on holiday together next week?" "Of course," I mumbled. "Oh, by the way, someone told me you have a new man in your life, Mommy." "That's not true, is it? You wouldn't do that to me, would you, Mommy?" I saw how angrily he was staring at me. "No," I replied. "Well, I knew it wasn't true," he grinned. "We don't need anybody else. We're happy together, just me and you." After I finished eating, he took me into the bedroom and forced me onto the bed. He tied my hands, put a gag in my mouth and left. This was how my nightmare began. Sometimes Norman remained with me for a long time, telling me how things were going in college. He always called me Mom or Mommy. I went along with it, because I was afraid of what he might do if I resisted. If I made one mistake, he would beat me terribly. I was stuck in that dingy apartment for 6 whole days. My room was always locked and there was no clock, so I had to guess what time it was. Norman would come and go. I don't know where he got the money, but he always brought me food and sweets. He said, "I love my mother and I want to make her happy." A boy's best friend is his mother. I knew that this couldn't go on. My parents and my friends were probably worried sick. I wondered if they had contacted the police already. I wondered if anyone was looking for me. One time, I tried to reason with him. I tried to explain that I was not his mother and he needed to let me go, but he beat me again like crazy. On the 6th day, Norman woke me up as usual and told me he was going out to buy us breakfast. I heard the front door close and I started trying to free myself. I felt that I could move my right hand a little. The ropes were not very tight. It took about 20 minutes, but I managed to work it free. I quickly untied myself and rushed to the door, but of course, I was firmly locked. I looked out the window. I was on the 5th floor. I grabbed a chair and threw it at the window. With a loud crash, the glass broke and the chair landed on the pavement outside, almost hitting some passers-by. Leaning out the window, I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Help me! He's going to kill me! Help! He's a psycho!" And then I saw him. Norman was standing in the street with a bag in his hand, glaring up at me. By the look in his eyes, I knew the only thing he wanted now was to kill me. People were gathering under the window, so my crazy boyfriend just turned and ran off. 10 minutes later, a police car arrived. The officers broke down the door and rescued me. I will never forget the look in my parents' eyes when they took me home. I spent the rest of the night weeping uncontrollably. It turned out that the police were already looking for Norman. He was on the run from the authorities long before he met me. He was wanted for a double murder. His name wasn't even Norman, it was Ed, and he was actually 30 years old. He had a history of mental illness and had been in and out of insane asylums for most of his life. 2 years before, he had been living with his mother. He was completely obsessed with her. His mother was dating a man and she brought him home with her one night. When Norman caught them together, he flew into a violent rage. He beat both of them to death with a hammer and then just disappeared. I hope the police will find him soon, because until they do, I am too scared to leave my house. If you want my advice, be careful who you date. Pink Hearts is a scary story about a teenage girl who starts to receive love notes from a secret admirer. Each one is sealed with a distinctive heart sticker, and she begins to wonder who her secret admirer could be. When I was 13 years old, my parents moved to the city and I started attending a new school. I was very shy at that age and I didn't have any friends. It took me a while to fit in. The other girls seemed much more mature than I was. A lot of them seemed to have boyfriends and I had never even kissed a boy before. I wasn't really used to any kind of male attention at all. Whenever a guy smiled or winked at me, I was either extremely embarrassed or convinced that he was playing some kind of joke on me. I never thought of myself as beautiful and couldn't believe that any guy would really find me attractive. Then, one day, I found a note in my locker. It was a small, blue envelope, sealed with a little pink heart sticker. Inside was a piece of paper. It simply read, "I think you're beautiful." I was genuinely touched. It was so sweet and innocent. I wondered who had sent it, but I didn't really have any idea how to go about finding out. I stuck the love note between the pages of one of my school books and began to daydream about my new secret admirer. Could it be the cute boy who let me borrow his pencil in maths class? Or was it my lab partner, who always made me blush bright red when he smiled at me? Perhaps it was the boy in my history class who shared his book with me when I forgot to bring mine. Or maybe it was the tall, brooding guy in the year above me who wrote poetry and spent most of his time riding motorcycles. I was as excited as any other teenage girl, filled with dreams of puppy love, holding hands, and maybe a first kiss. Whenever I was feeling sad, I took the note out and read it again. It always made me smile. A few days later, I opened my locker and discovered another note. It was in a small purple envelope and was sealed with the same little pink heart. Trembling with excitement and anticipation, I carefully peeled it open and unfolded the paper inside. It read, "You're so lovely." I held the note to my chest and sighed with delight. For the rest of the day, I walked through the school hallways with a goofy grin plastered all over my face. Finally, someone really liked me. It made me feel so special, I wanted to scream it from the rooftops. Of course, I was too embarrassed to tell anyone and kept it all to myself, tucking the notes safely into my school journal. I spent the next few days trying to figure out who my secret admirer could be, but I didn't have a clue. Obviously, I knew that it had to be someone in my school, but who? All I could do was hope it was someone I really did like. A week later, there was another small envelope waiting in my locker. It was sealed with the same pink heart. It read, "I am thinking about you always." As time went on, I couldn't contain my curiosity. I started daydreaming in class and stopped paying attention. One day, during history class, I was so busy thinking about my secret admirer that I didn't realize the teacher had asked me a question. When I snapped back to reality, the teacher turned to the rest of the class and said, "She's not listening to a word I'm saying. She must be in love." They all burst out laughing, and I was so embarrassed, I went bright red. When the next love note appeared in my locker, it read, "You smell like love itself." Huh? I didn't know how to take that. I actually smelled like a combination of shampoo and deodorant. Is that what love smells like? I tucked the note away with the others and waited eagerly for the next one. I didn't have to wait long. The next morning, there was another envelope with the telltale pink heart. It read, "I want to taste you." That was kind of creepy. The next note was even creepier. It read, "I am watching you always." Suddenly, having a secret admirer didn't seem like so much fun anymore. He was beginning to sound like a stalker. I didn't know what to do. There was nobody I could talk to about it. As the days passed, my sense of uneasiness began to grow. I started to see pink heart stickers everywhere. It was beginning to freak me out. In the morning, when my mother drove me to school, there was one stuck to the windscreen of our car. She didn't know where it had come from. Once, after I went to the toilet in school, I came back out and was washing my hands at the sink. In the mirror, I noticed a pink heart on the stall door. I was sure it hadn't been there when I went inside, and I hadn't heard anyone come into the toilet while I was there. It got to the point where I dreaded seeing one of those pink heart stickers. I was a nervous wreck, but I was afraid to confide in anyone. So, I did the only thing a painfully awkward and embarrassed teenage girl could do. I suffered in silence. Then, things got really bad. One day, I came home from school and was horrified to see a plain white envelope had arrived in the mail. It was sealed with one of the dreaded pink hearts. Now, he knew where I lived.
Можно?
With trembling hands, I peeled off the sticker and opened the envelope. Inside, there was a picture. A picture of a grown man, naked from the waist up. In his right hand, he was holding a knife. There was a note too. It read, "I bet your blood tastes like strawberries." I screamed. Then, I noticed something in the photo that filled me with horror. The man had taken a picture of his reflection in the mirror, but he had obscured his face. However, he had forgotten to cover his tracks. Reflected in the mirror was a framed picture, hanging on the wall behind him. Worst of all, I recognized the man in the framed picture. It was my history teacher. The twist ending is a spooky short story with a plot twist at the end. There was a very famous author named David, who had written quite a few best-selling horror novels. All of the literary critics praised his talent for plot twists and surprise endings. He received a large amount of fan mail every day, and some budding authors even sent him manuscripts in the hopes that he would help them get their work published. While David took pleasure in responding to letters from his fans, he took even more pleasure in stealing the ideas of amateur writers. If he came across a manuscript with a great idea for a scary story, he would use it in one of his own books and deny the author any credit. Then, in order to hide his theft, he pulled some strings with his friends in the publishing industry to make sure that the original author never got anything published in the future. One day, David received a new manuscript in the mail. It was bound in a beautiful hardcover book. He read the first chapter and felt that he knew how the story would end. As he continued reading, he became more and more certain that he could guess the twist ending. It was growing late, but he wanted to finish reading the manuscript to see whether or not he was right. When David came to the final chapter, he realized that the last few pages of the book were stuck together. Anxious to read further, he pulled the pages apart. He felt increasingly tired, but he still kept reading. Finally, he came to the end of the book. It was exactly the twist ending he had anticipated. The husband had hanged himself just as his wife was committing suicide in the next room. David made a mental note to steal the idea and use it in his next story. Just then, he noticed that, after the words "the end," there was a little handwritten comment from the author. It read, "I already know that you are planning to steal the ideas in this story. I know, because you did the exact same thing to me the last time I sent you a manuscript. You published it under your own name and didn't give me any credit. You ripped me off and blacklisted me in the industry. Nobody will accept my novels anymore, and I will never again be able to publish anything I write. You have ruined my life, and now I am going to have my revenge." You had to pull apart the back pages in order to read this, didn't you? Well, those pages contained a poison. Arsenic, to be precise. Are you feeling tired? That is normal. It's one of the symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Soon, your heartbeat will get slower and slower until it eventually stops permanently. Don't bother trying to call an ambulance. You will be dead before they arrive. You have already been exposed for too long. Goodbye, David. Some twist endings can be very hard to predict. Psychic ability is a scary riddle about a homeless man and the strange things he says. Read the story carefully and think about it for a while. Try and figure out what the hidden meaning is. I live in Osaka, Japan, and often use the subway to go to work in the morning. One day, when I was waiting for the train, I noticed a homeless man standing in a corner of the subway station, muttering to himself as people passed by. He was holding out a cup and seemed to be begging for spare change. A fat woman passed by the homeless man and I distinctly heard him say, "Pig." Wow, I thought to myself. This homeless man is insulting people and he still expects them to give him money? Then a tall businessman went by and the homeless guy muttered, "Human." Human? I couldn't argue with that. Obviously, he was a human. The next day, I arrived early at the subway station and had some time to kill, so I decided to stand close to the homeless man and listen to his strange mutterings. A thin, haggard-looking man passed in front of him and I heard the homeless guy mutter, "Cow." Cow? I thought. The man was much too skinny to be a cow. He looked more like a turkey or a chicken to me. A minute or so later, a fat man went by and the homeless man said, "Potato." Potato? I was under the impression that he called all fat people pig. That day, at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the homeless man and his puzzling behavior. I kept trying to find some logic or pattern in what he was muttering. Perhaps he has some kind of psychic ability, I thought. Maybe he knows what these people were in a previous life. In Japan, many people believe in reincarnation. I observed the homeless man many times and began to think my theory was right. I often heard him calling people things like rabbit or onion or sheep or tomato. One day, curiosity got the better of me and I decided to ask him what was going on. As I walked up to him, he looked at me and said, "Bread." I tossed some money into his cup and asked him if he had some kind of psychic ability. The homeless man smiled and said, "Yes, indeed. I do have a psychic ability. It is an ability I obtained years ago. But it is not what you might expect. I can't tell the future or read minds or anything like that." "Then what is your ability?" I asked eagerly. "The ability is merely to know the last thing somebody ate," he said. I laughed because I realized he was right. He said bread. The last thing I had eaten for breakfast that day was toast. I walked away shaking my head. Of all the psychic abilities someone could have, that one must be the most useless. Did you notice the horror of this story? The girl in the photograph is a creepy story about a boy who finds a picture of a beautiful girl and becomes obsessed with her. One day, a boy was sitting in his classroom in school. He was extremely bored and was waiting for the school bell to ring. When he looked out the window, something caught his eye. There was a photograph lying on the grass outside. When school was over, he ran outside and picked up the photograph before anyone else had a chance to see it. Turning it over in his hands, he realized it was a picture of an incredibly beautiful girl. She was wearing a white top, a short, black skirt, black tights and black shoes. For some reason, she was holding up 2 fingers. The girl was so pretty that he wanted to meet her. He showed the photograph to everyone in the school and asked if they knew her. Unfortunately, nobody recognized her. That night, when he went to bed, he placed the photo on his bedside table and went to sleep. Around midnight, he woke up. There was something tapping on his window. Then he heard what sounded like someone giggling. More than a little frightened, he worked up the courage to investigate it. He jumped out of bed, went over to the window and opened it. There was nothing there. The next day, he showed the photo to his friends and neighbors and asked if they knew the mysterious girl. Everybody he asked said they had never seen the girl before in their lives. That night, as he lay in bed, he heard the tapping sound again. He looked out the window and could just make out a figure standing on the other side of the street. He couldn't be sure, but it looked like the mysterious girl in the photograph. Clutching the picture tightly, he threw on his clothes and raced downstairs and out the front door. As he crossed the road, he forgot to look both ways and was suddenly hit by a car. The driver got out of the car and ran over to help the boy, but it was no use. The boy had been killed on impact. The driver noticed something clutched in the boy's hand. It was a photograph. Turning it over in his hands, the driver realized it was a picture of an incredibly beautiful girl. She was wearing a black top, a short, black skirt, black tights and black shoes. For some reason, she was holding up 3 fingers. The Sickle is a terrifying and gruesome story about a murder that happens in a locked room. A married couple lived in a small house in Japan with their son and daughter. The son was very angry with his sister and wanted to play a really nasty prank on her. He decided that he would secretly videotape her on the toilet and then post the video online. He wanted to humiliate his sister in front of her friends. The boy hid a video camera under a towel in the bathroom. Minutes later, his sister went to the bathroom and locked the door behind her. She never came out again. Her mother started to wonder what was taking her daughter so long. She banged on the bathroom door and called out the girl's name, but got no reply. Worried, she told her husband and eventually, they managed to force the door open. What they found inside the bathroom filled them with horror. Their daughter was lying in a pool of blood on the tiled floor. She had been stabbed to death. Her face was so sliced up that she was unrecognizable and her tongue had been cut off. There was a bloody sickle lying on the floor beside her. The police were called immediately and they came to investigate the scene. Inspecting the bathroom, they found that it posed a mystery. The door had been locked from the inside, the window was securely latched and the bathroom was so small that nobody could have been hiding inside, lying in wait for the girl. So how was she murdered? The police saw that the only possible entrance was a small vent in the wall that measured only 10 inches by 10 inches. Nobody could have fit through such a small space. The police were absolutely stumped. They could not figure out how anyone would have gotten inside to kill the girl. The police carefully dusted the sickle for fingerprints, but unfortunately, they found none. At this point, they felt that the case would never be solved. They questioned the mother and father, but when it came time to question the son, he was nowhere to be found. They searched the house and eventually found him curled up in a wardrobe. His eyes were wild and he was sobbing uncontrollably. His hands were shaking violently. They noticed that he was holding a video camera. Unable to question him, the police decided to review the videotape. What they saw in the footage would terrify them for years to come. They pressed play on the video camera and the screen showed the young girl sitting on the toilet. When she finished and stood up, the police noticed some movement in the small vent behind the toilet. A tiny figure emerged noiselessly from the vent. It was carrying a sickle. The policemen could hardly believe what they were seeing. The figure measured only 6 inches in height. It jumped onto the girl's back and before she had a chance to scream, it sliced open her throat with the sickle. Then it began stabbing the girl until she was dead. But the horror was not over. The tiny figure sliced up the girl's face and cut out her tongue. Afterwards, the figure approached the video camera. The figure's face was that of a gnarled and wrinkled old woman. It looked directly into the lens and hissed, "You're next." Then, the tiny figure disappeared back through the small vent, carrying the girl's severed tongue. After watching the videotape, the police officers wiped tears from their eyes. Some vomited on the floor and one even lost control of his faculties and pooped his pants out of sheer terror. Today, the case remains unsolved and the tiny woman has never been identified. The videotape still exists, but the police refuse to release it to the public. It sits in an evidence locker at the police station. The police call this case the Sickle Mystery and refuse to discuss it with the media. The Wonderful Sausage is a scary story about a butcher in New Orleans who murders people, grinds them up and sells them as meat. Many years ago, in New Orleans, there was a German man named Hans Muller who owned a sausage factory. The couple were very hard-working, but Muller was growing tired of his wife. She had become old and wrinkled before her time, and he no longer found her attractive. He started having an affair with a younger woman. One dark night, Hans Muller had an argument with his wife. He lost his temper and killed her, stuffing her body into the big meat grinder in the factory. Then he ground her up into sausage meat until nothing of her was left. To keep his evil deed a secret, he told everyone that his wife had left town. Muller mixed his new sausage meat with ground pork and then seasoned it with salt and pepper. He added some sage and thyme and a bit of garlic and, to give it a special flavor, he smoked it in his smokehouse for a while. He called his recipe Muller's Wonderful Sausage and sold it as a delicacy. There was such a demand for this wonderful sausage that Muller was sold out before he knew it. He started keeping an eye out for people who he could turn into tasty sausage meat. One day a nice, plump woman came into his shop. Muller knocked her out and ground her up. Another time, a fat little boy came by. Muller picked him up, shoved him into the grinder and turned him into minced meat. One by one, all of the children in the town began to go missing, and so did their kittens and puppies. Nobody had any idea of what was really going on. Things went on like that for years, but Muller started getting lazy. Customers began complaining about finding bits of bone and cloth in their sausages. One woman even bit into her sausage and found a gold wedding ring. His girlfriend heard the gossip and broke up with him, telling him she didn't want to see him anymore. One night, Muller was working in the factory when he heard a mysterious thump. 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 Coming from his boiling vat. Then, as he watched in horror and disbelief, the bloody ghost of his wife emerged from the grinder. Her head was crushed to a pulp, her brains were dripping down her face and her eyeballs were hanging out. Muller started shrieking in terror and fled from the place. The neighbors heard his screams and wanted to know what was going on. When they went into the factory, they found a stack of dead bodies piled up in the storage room, just waiting to be ground up into meat. When people saw this, they realized what had become of all the missing children and puppies and kittens. The neighbors called the police, and when they arrived, they found Hans Muller cowering in his factory, screaming and crying and waving a big butcher knife around. He was raving like a maniac and kept saying his wife was coming out of the sausage grinder to get him. Muller spent the rest of his life in an insane asylum and eventually committed suicide. The ghost of his wife was never seen again, and neither was his wonderful sausage meat. Many years ago, there was an old one-story house that stood at the top of a hill. The locals called it Croglan Grange, and 3 young people lived there. A girl and her 2 brothers. One hot summer's night, they were all sitting out on the veranda, enjoying the cool air. They watched the sun set, and as the moon was rising over the trees, they decided to go to bed. A few hours later, the girl was lying in bed, unable to sleep with the heat. She was gazing out the window, watching the moon move across the sky, when something suddenly caught her eye. She saw 2 small lights moving through the woods near the graveyard at the bottom of the hill. They looked like the eyes of some strange animal, but she couldn't make out what kind of animal it was. She kept her eyes on the woods, and then something stepped out of the shadows, something ghastly. It was coming up the hill towards the house. For a few minutes, she lost sight of it. Then she saw it coming across the lawn towards her window. It looked something like a man, and yet it didn't. As she watched it, the most uncontrollable horror seized her. She wanted to run from her room, but the door was right next to her window, and she was afraid the creature would see her. She wanted to scream, but her tongue felt like it was glued to the roof of her mouth. She rushed to the door, but before she could open the lock, she heard a scratch, scratch, scratch at the window. When she turned around, she saw a hideous shrunken brown face with flaming eyes glaring in at her. She tried to scream, but she was so frightened that she couldn't make a sound. The creature broke a pane of glass in the window. Then, it reached in with long bony fingers, unlocked the window, and crawled inside. The girl tried to escape, but the creature caught her by the hair. It dragged her over to the bed, then pulled back her head and sank its teeth into her throat. She let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. When her brothers heard her scream, they rushed to her room, but they couldn't get in because the door was locked. By the time they managed to break down the door, the creature was gone. Their sister was lying unconscious on the bed, bleeding from the wound in her neck. While one of the brothers grabbed a towel and tried to stop the bleeding, the other took off after the creature and chased it down the hill. The thing fled through the moonlight, taking enormous strides, and soon he lost sight of it near the graveyard. The brother went back to the house to see if he could help his sister. The girl was scared and badly hurt, so they took her to hospital where her wound was disinfected. The doctor put a bandage around her neck and she had to stay in hospital for a few days. Gradually, the wound began to heal and the doctor said she was well enough to go home. The brothers reported the incident to the police, but they couldn't figure out what had happened. They said it was probably a lunatic who escaped from the local asylum. The brothers didn't want the girl to come back to the house and stay in the same room, but she insisted. After all, she said, lunatics don't escape from the asylum every day. But just in case, the brothers slept in the room across the hall and kept loaded pistols on their bedside tables. The winter passed peacefully and happily, but one night, a couple of months later, the girl was awakened by a scratching sound at the window. When she opened her eyes, she saw the same hideous, brown, shrunken face staring in at her. This time, she screamed as loud as she could. She screamed with all her might and her brothers grabbed their pistols and came running. The creature took off, but the brothers chased it down the hill. One of them took aim and fired a shot at it, hitting it in the leg. The creature fell over, but it got up and managed to limp over to the graveyard wall. The brothers watched as it scrambled over the wall and seemed to disappear into an old burial vault. The next day, the girl and her brothers went down to the church and demanded that the priest open up the burial vault. Inside, there was a horrifying scene. The coffins had been broken open and bones and rotting flesh were scattered all over the floor. Only one, the coffins, had been left intact. When they opened it, there lay the same hideous, withered and shriveled creature that had attacked the girl. When the priest examined the corpse, he found a bullet in its leg. They did the only thing they knew of to rid themselves of a vampire. The priest built a roaring blaze outside the vault. Then, the brothers dragged out the shrunken body and tossed it on the flames. They watched the corpse burn until there was nothing left of it but ashes. There were two young men who worked together on a farm. They also shared a room. One slept at the back and the other slept near the door. As time went on, the young man who slept near the door began to look pale, thin, and sickly. He was always extremely tired and was barely able to do his work. His friend asked what was wrong. "If you went through what I go through every night, you'd look bad too," he said. "A witch turns me into a horse and rides me all over the countryside." "Let me sleep in your bed tonight," said his friend. "Then we'll see what happens." That night, the friend lay down in the bed near the door and went to sleep. Around midnight, an old woman came into the room. She stood over the friend and mumbled some strange words over him. His eyes were open, but he couldn't move a muscle. Then, she slipped a bridle on him and before he knew what was happening, she had turned him into a horse. The next thing he knew, she was riding him across the fields at breakneck speed, beating and whipping him to make him go faster. Soon they came to an old house where there was a party going on. There was a lot of music and dancing, and everyone seemed to be having a great time. The old woman hitched him to a fence and went inside. While she was gone, the farmhand rubbed against the fence until finally, the bridle came off and he turned back into a human being. Then he grabbed the bridle and went into the house. When he found the old witch, he spoke those same strange words over her that she said over him. He slipped the bridle over her and turned her into a horse. Then, he jumped up on her back and rode off on her. He rode her to a blacksmith and had her fitted with horseshoes. After that, he rode her to the farm where she lived with her husband. "I have a pretty good horse here," he told her husband, "but I need a stronger one. Would you like to trade?" The old man looked her over and agreed to the trade. So they picked out another horse, and the farmhand rose away. Her husband led his new horse to the barn. He took the bridle off and went to hang it up. But when he came back, the new horse was gone. Instead, there stood his wife with horseshoes nailed to her hands and feet. He took his gun and shot her brains out, and that was the last anyone saw of the witch. According to legend, every Halloween, a strange and grotesque old lady roams the streets, preying on children who are trick or treating alone. Some call her the Leg Woman and others refer to her as the Legmonger. One boy was on his own when he heard a rustling in the bushes next to him. An old woman with stringy, black hair and a hideous, wrinkled face emerged from the undergrowth. The boy was startled to see she was holding a severed leg in her hands and waving it in his face. "Do you want a leg?" she cried. "Do you want a leek?" The boy assumed it was just a Halloween prop, but the woman was so disturbing that he began backing away from her. She persisted, asking him over and over if he wanted a leg. Finally, the boy said no. "I don't want a leg." A group of adults and children who were nearby heard a horrible scream ringing out in the darkened street. They rushed around the corner and got the shock of their lives when they discovered a young boy lying on the ground in a pool of blood. His right leg had been completely ripped off at the hip. If you meet the Leg Woman on Halloween night, be careful. She will come up to you and ask, "Do you want a leg?" If you answer no, she will tear off your leg and disappear. If you answer yes, she will grab you and try to attach the severed leg she is carrying to your body. The correct answer is "I want both my legs." Family Dinner is a short spooky story about a young boy who spends most of his time alone, playing by himself. When he realizes he is late for dinner, he rushes home, but his journey takes him down a dark and creepy alley. Little Lucas was only 7 years old, but he had a very active imagination. He was a skinny child with pale skin and dark circles under his eyes. Having no other boys his age to play with, he spent most of his time alone. It was dark and Lucas was playing alone by the canal. It was a place he loved to go, because there was no one there to disturb him. He imagined he was a knight in shining armor saving damsels in distress from being eaten by an evil dragon. The stick in his hand was a huge sword, and he cut the dragon in two before it could sink its teeth into the screaming girl. Coming back to reality, Lucas realized that he had lingered too long by the canal, and he was late for dinner. He cringed as he imagined his mother scolding him. Picking up his pace, he hurried towards home. Like many children his age, Lucas never wanted to admit he was scared of anything. However, in the darkness, the road home looked strange and unfamiliar. He lived near a cemetery, but that was not what scared him. Ever since he was a baby, his parents had taught him that he had nothing to fear from the dead. To reach home, he had to walk down a long, deserted alley that was bordered on both sides by abandoned buildings and disused factories. As he walked past the dirty and broken windows, he imagined eyes staring at him from the darkness and grotesque beasts lying in wait behind every corner. He could not admit to himself that he was afraid. His father always said that fear was for cowards, and Lucas didn't want to see himself as a coward. After all, he was a knight, a brave warrior, and he shouldn't be afraid of anything. That night, the alley was much more quiet than usual, and Lucas had to tell himself to be brave. He could hear his footsteps echoing distinctly all the way, and every so often he thought he saw strange movements in the windows of the dilapidated buildings. "Come on, Lucas," he mumbled. "You have nothing to fear." Just then, he heard a loud noise up ahead and a trash can tumbled over. It startled him and he stopped suddenly in his tracks, shaking like a leaf. Then, he saw a big rat skitter across the alley and disappear into one of the abandoned buildings. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief and kept on walking. Minutes later, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing behind him. The blood froze in his veins. He turned around just in time to see the dark shadowy figure approaching in the distance. All he could make out was the silhouette of a tall man in the moonlight. Lucas was overcome by a feeling of impending doom, and panic gripped his heart. He wanted to run, but for a moment, the muscles in his refused to comply. He was rooted to the spot. Glancing behind him again, he realized that the shadowy man was getting closer and closer. His heart beating fast, Lucas took off running like a madman. The dark figure was hot on his tail. He was only a short distance from his home, but he was being pursued. The frightened boy ran as fast as he desperately trying to reach the safety of his house. He could hear the footsteps behind him getting nearer and nearer. All of a sudden, he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. He spun around, eyes wide with terror, and came face to face with the tall man. "Lucas, where have you been?" he said. It was the voice of his father. A wave of relief washed over the little boy, and his knees stopped shaking. He was safe at last. "Your mother's been worried sick," his father sighed, shaking his head. "I forgot what time it was," mumbled Lucas. His father took him by the hand and led him home. When they walked into the kitchen, his mother got up from the table. She had a frown on her face. "What time do you call this?" she scolded. "You're late for dinner, young man." "Sorry, Mom," Lucas replied, hanging his head. "It won't happen again." "Well, what are you waiting for?" she said. "Set the table while your father gets dinner ready." Lucas ran over to the kitchen drawer, took out the knives and forks, and placed them on the table. His father went down into the basement, and when he returned, he was carrying a young girl. Her hands were tied behind her back, and there was a gag over her mouth. Her eyes were wide with terror. His father carried the girl over to the kitchen table and placed her in the center, on a silver platter. "Dinner is served," he announced. Together, the family of ghouls devoured the young girl, tearing into her flesh, munching on her organs and gobbling her intestines until there was nothing left but a pile of bloody bones. Don't Google yourself. Why? Because you may not like what you find. One day, I was bored and decided to search for my own name on Google. I have quite a rare name, so I didn't expect to find many results. Imagine how surprised I was when I came across a website that had my full name in the domain. When I clicked the link, it brought me to a message board. I looked at the profile of the website owner and found out that the person was the same age as me and had the same hobbies and interests. There weren't any posts on the message board, but I was intrigued, so I saved it in my favorites. It was about a month later when I went back to the website. This time, it had more content. There were some diary entries, mostly random things like "the weather was nice today" or "I'm so bored in work." Things of that nature. However, as time went on, I began to notice more and more coincidences. The person lived in the same city as I did. It struck me as rather strange that two people with the exact same rare name would be living in the same city at the same time. At one point, I noticed that the contents of the diary were quite similar to my own life. One day, I went to a baseball game, and when I checked the website that evening, I found that the owner of the site had gone to the same ball game. At first, I didn't think much of it. After all, tens of thousands of people in the city supported the same baseball team. It began to seem like much more than a simple coincidence. Whenever I checked the website, I would notice little biographical details that seemed too close for comfort. For example, the owner mentioned their pet dog, and the dog's name was the same as the dog I had when I was a child. The website owner posted a picture of their car. It was the same model of car I had been driving when I was in college. They talked about eating at a certain restaurant. It was the same restaurant I had gone to all the time when I was working at my previous job. One day, when I looked at the message board, people had written messages to the owner saying happy birthday. That day, it was my birthday as well. I decided to write on the message board for the first time, just out of curiosity. I was going to wish the owner a happy birthday and tell them we had the same name. However, when I tried to write something, I realized that there was nowhere to type your message. It wasn't a message board at all, just a static page. That's odd, I thought to myself. In other words, whoever owned the website had gone to a lot of trouble to make it seem as if it was an interactive site, as if there were other people posting on it, when in actual fact, all the content must have been created by the owner. Why on earth would someone do that? I wondered. I decided to send an email to the owner. It read, "Hi there. Believe it or not, we both share the same name. Nice to meet you." It was just a friendly email. The next day, when I tried to look at the website, I discovered that it was gone. It seemed like it had been deleted. Then, I opened my mailbox. There was one reply. When I looked at it, a chill ran down my spine. It just read, "Found you." Stop Eating is a scary story about an old woman whose grandson stuffs his face with food. There was a young boy named Peter who lived with his mother in a run-down apartment building. His father had deserted the family shortly after he was born. His mother was a drug addict and she didn't take care of Peter properly. The young boy often had to root around in rubbish bins to find something to eat. One day, Peter came home to find his mother lying on the kitchen floor. She had died of a drug overdose. Nobody knew how to contact the boy's father, so he was sent to live with his grandmother. Peter's grandmother loved him very much, but she was a poor woman and could barely afford to feed herself. She had a small kiosk near the train station where she sold cigarettes to passers-by and earned a meager living. Whenever she had some money, she would buy groceries and stock the fridge, but before she knew it, Peter would eat everything in sight. Peter was like a starving animal. He couldn't stop eating and stuffed his face with food until his cheeks looked like they were about to burst. It drove his grandmother to distraction. "Peter," she would shout. "You must stop eating. If you keep this up, you're going to eat us out of house and home." But Peter couldn't stop. Every day, while his grandmother was at work, he would clean out the fridge, then go hunting through the kitchen cupboards, searching for leftover food. "Peter," cried the grandmother, "I am a poor woman. If you don't stop this, we will both starve to death." When Peter still didn't listen to her warnings, the frustrated woman began to beat him. She didn't want to hurt the boy, but she had to stop his binge eating. She was 3 months behind in the rent and there wasn't a morsel of food in the apartment. Peter became afraid of his grandmother and dreaded the beatings every time she came home. He began making plans to run away from home. One day, Peter disappeared. His grandmother went around to all the neighbors, asking if they had seen him. She searched the neighborhood, knocking on doors and peeking in windows, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Eventually, she went down to the police station and filed a missing persons report, but the police could not find the boy either. A month passed, and suddenly, Peter returned. One morning, the grandmother heard a faint knock on the door of her apartment. She opened the door and saw her grandson standing there. His face was pale, his cheeks were sunken and his clothes were ragged. The old woman embraced him and hugged him tightly. All Peter said to her was, "Grandma, I want to eat." The grandmother immediately opened the fridge and pulled out everything that was there: soup, salad, sausage. As the old woman boiled the soup, her grandson sat down at the table and began to eat. Peter stuffed his face with food, cramming it into his mouth until his cheeks were swollen. His grandmother was so glad to have him back, she didn't say anything. Just then, the old woman noticed something strange. Every time Peter opened his mouth, something fell out. She looked down at the table and saw a bunch of wriggling maggots. The old woman stared at him in horror. "Where have you been, Peter?" she asked. "You know, grandmother," he replied. "You know and I know where I have been." With these words, he rose from the table. The grandmother just sat there with her mouth open, staring at him. Peter staggered down the corridor and as he neared the front door, he collapsed and fell to the floor. The grandmother ran over and gathered the boy in her arms, but he wasn't moving. His skin was gray and he looked like death. The old woman was frightened and placed her grandson on the sofa. Then, she called the doctor. While she waited for help to arrive, she dashed from corner to corner, grabbing the boy by the hand, checking his pulse, but Peter showed no signs of life. Finally, the doctor arrived. He bent over the boy to take a closer look at him, then suddenly straightened up. "Old woman," he exclaimed in horror. "This boy has been dead for weeks. Look, he's already begun to rot. His mouth full of maggots." The grandmother burst into tears and said that only half an hour ago, she had fed her grandson sausage, salad, and a bowl of soup. The doctor made a call. The young boy's corpse was taken away, and his grandmother was taken to the police station. After an investigation, they decided that she had killed her grandson over a month ago, hitting him over the head with something heavy. The court found her insane and the old woman was sent to a psychiatric hospital to live out the remainder of her life. The Evil Grin is a scary ghost story about a young girl who goes to visit her friend. When I was 12 years old, I had a best friend named Brenda. After school, we always went to her house to hang out. One day, Brenda didn't show up for school. She was absent for the next few days, and I began wondering if there was something was wrong with her. After she had missed a whole week of school, I decided to pay her a visit. I cycled all the way across town and arrived at her house just as it was getting dark outside. When I rang the doorbell, I got a shock when the door opened almost immediately. Brenda's mother was standing in the doorway, but there was something strange about her. Her eyes seemed darker than usual and her hair was hanging loose around her shoulders. I noticed that she was wearing a bathrobe. The most unsettling thing was the way she was grinning at me. She didn't say a word. She just stood there staring at me with an evil smile playing across her lips. "Is Brenda here?" I asked, nervously. She beckoned at me to come in, and before I could say anything, she had slipped back into the darkened house. As I stepped inside, my eyes strained to see in the darkness, but I wasn't sure where she had gone. Just then, I heard a strange humming sound and followed it into the kitchen. I found her there, standing at the kitchen sink with her back towards me. The moment I entered the kitchen, she stopped humming and there was an eerie silence. I took a seat at the kitchen table and waited. She seemed to be taking forever. I spent the next 5 minutes just sitting there, wondering what was going on. Then I realized something very odd. The whole time I had been sitting there, she hadn't moved a muscle. Her back was still towards me and I couldn't see her face. Her hands hung limp by her sides and her head was tilted slightly. Something was very wrong. I stood up nervously and approached her. She remained completely still. Ever so slowly, I moved around her and tried to get a look at her face to see if she was all right. The sight still haunts me to this very day. Her eyes were wide open and she still had that evil grin on her face. I was so freaked out that I couldn't bear to stay in the kitchen a moment longer. Without saying a word, I backed out of the room and made my way towards the front door. I jumped on my bike and began cycling as fast as I could down the long, winding driveway and all the way across town. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my house. It wasn't until a few days later that I found out why my friend Brenda had been absent from school. My parents told me that there had been a tragic death in Brenda's family. "What?" I asked. "Who died?" My parents broke the sad news to me, and it made my hair stand on end and I was crying from fright. Brenda's mother had died suddenly, and the night I called over to her house, Brenda had been at her grandparents' place, attending the funeral. Years later, when I was 16 years old, I made a little extra money by working as a babysitter on weekends. One evening, a friend of mine called me and said she knew a family who desperately needed a babysitter. She was busy and wanted to know if I was interested in babysitting for them instead. She told me the parents were very nice, the pay was good, and their 3-year-old daughter was polite and well-behaved. I wasn't doing anything important, so I told her I would be glad to take the job. That evening, I went to the family's house and met the mother. Her name was Ruth, and she was getting ready to go out for the night with friends. She mentioned that her husband was out of town on business and gave me some numbers to call if I needed to get in touch with her. The night went very easily. I made dinner for the little girl, gave her a bubble bath, then got her dressed for bed. I was around midnight when I heard the front door open and footsteps coming down the hallway. I thought it was strange, because I hadn't even heard a car pull up. Turning around, I was relieved to see Ruth making her way into the living room where I was sitting watching TV. She never said a word to me, and, as she walked past me, I was surprised by how different she looked. Something about her eyes had changed, and she was grinning from ear to ear. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I knew that evil grin. I had seen it before, many years ago. Ruth sat at the dining table with her back turned towards me. Her hands hung limp by her sides. Her head was cocked to the left. She was humming to herself. "Ruth?" I asked, nervously. "Ruth, are you all right?" No answer. "Ruth? You're not alive anymore, are you?" Silence. With shaking hands, I quickly gathered my things and backed out of the room. When I got to the hallway, I opened the front door and looked outside. There was no car in the driveway. All of a sudden, the eerie silence was broken by the sound of the phone ringing. I didn't want to answer it. I was afraid of what I might hear. For a moment, my hand seemed to hover over the phone. Then I lifted the receiver and put it to my ear. I already knew who it was. It was the police, calling to tell me that Ruth had been involved in a car accident an hour ago. She had been killed on impact. Tears were streaming down my face as I ran upstairs, grabbed Ruth's daughter from her bed and bundled her up in her blanket. As came back downstairs, I had to pass by the door to the living room. I could still see Ruth sitting at the table with her back to me. Without pausing for a second, I ran out into the night, carrying the little girl in my arms. The Big Poop is a scary story about a little boy who suspects his house is haunted and is afraid to use the bathroom on his own. Have you ever lived in a house that was haunted? Have you ever been so terrified that you lay under the covers listening every creak and groan of that old house, unable to sleep no matter how hard you tried? When I was a child, I was convinced that our house had ghosts living in it. My brother and I slept in the attic. On any given night, once the lights were off and we were tucked into our beds, the ghost would make itself known. One night, as I lay awake, I suddenly heard a deep male voice whispering my name. That's when I froze. All I saw was a black, hooded figure standing in my closet. I didn't scream, I didn't move. Then it just disappeared into thin air. The next morning, I told my mother what I had seen, but like all mothers, she told me it must have been my imagination. For the next few nights, I would hear footsteps coming down the hallway. They would always stop right by my bedroom door, and I would wait to hear them walk away, but they never did. Then, I looked up and noticed that the crucifix that hung on the wall was turned upside down. I started to cry, because I now knew I was dealing with something demonic. After I told my brother about these frightening events, he said he had experienced something similar. We discussed the situation and decided that the house must be haunted. One evening, my mom and dad were throwing a party and my older brother was spending the night with friends. I was left alone upstairs. Everything was going fine until I dropped one of my toys and it slid under my bed. The problem started once I got under that bed to retrieve the toy. All of a sudden, something landed on top of the bed and began jumping up and down. I screamed like I was about to be murdered, over and over. I also tried to get out from under the bed, but I couldn't. Whatever was jumping on my bed that night was doing it with so much force that the mattress was pinning me to the floor. My dad came upstairs and found my feet sticking out from under the bed while I was screaming bloody murder. He pulled me out, picked me up, sat me on the bed and started to tell me off. I tried my best to explain what had happened, but it didn't make much sense. I never trusted that room again. The whole time I lived in that house, I refused to be left alone. I would never go up to my room by myself. Instead, I would wait until my older brother had been up there for a few minutes before me, so the ghost would get him first. I lay awake at night with my head under the covers, analyzing every creak, grunt and moan that echoed through the old house. Sometimes I would just pass out from exhaustion. As time went on, that fear soon spread to the entire house. It was a bright and sunny day in the middle of summer when my mom brought me with her as she paid a visit to the neighbor's house. I remember playing out back when I suddenly needed to go to the toilet. I ran up to my mom and asked to use the bathroom. "Sorry, honey," said the neighbor lady. "The septic tank is broken. Nobody can use the bathroom." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I desperately needed to poop. My mom suggested that I run back to the house and use our own toilet. Not even thinking twice, I dashed down the road, clutching my butt, trying to keep the poop in. When I got to our house, I came to the porch and stopped dead in my tracks. I couldn't go into the house. I was alone. The ghost was in there. If I went inside, it would surely get me. There was no way on God's green earth that I was going to set foot inside that house on my own. So what could I do? What would you do? I did the only thing that I could do. Right there on the porch, I pulled down my shorts, squatted on my haunches and let it all out. A big, steaming poop. Breathing a sigh of relief, I pulled up my pants again and ran back to the neighbor's house to play. A few hours later, when my mother brought me home, there was a little surprise waiting for her on the front porch. "Who the hell pooped on the porch?" my mother yelled. "I don't know," I lied. "Maybe it was the dog?" "That isn't dog poop," she said angrily. I looked up at her, batting my eyelids, trying to appear as innocent as I could and said, "Maybe it was the mailman." The Halloween Monster is a story about a little girl who hears that Halloween is cancelled because something escaped from the local insane asylum. This is a true story. Hi, my name is Amy McKinnon. I was about 2.5, and it was told around my little neighborhood that a monster had escaped from the local insane asylum. That's what my parents told my brothers and me. And our friends' parents told them. And the monster was tall and green and really quiet and ferocious. So they had to cancel Halloween. And we were, of course, devastated. But my parents said, well, because Halloween's cancelled, we'll have a party in the basement, in our basement. We'll have all of the friends over from the neighborhood, because it would just be too dangerous to be out in the dark with a monster on the loose. So my mother decorated our basement. She did a fantastic job. The best part one remember were the donuts that were hanging from a clothesline. So the party's going really well. All of the kids are there. There are a few mothers there. The music's playing. And all of a sudden, we heard a boom from upstairs. And my mother said, "Shh." And the music stopped. And my mother was near me. And then we heard boom, boom. And it was dead silence in the basement. And a mother said, "What was that?" And another mother said, "I think it's the monster." And all of a sudden, we heard the basement door creaking open. And then I saw this enormous black boot on the first step. Boom. And then the next. Boom. And very slowly, I could see the boots, the legs, the enormous chest, and sticking straight out, 2 arms. And the monster came down the stairs so slowly with this green face. Its black suit was too short for it. It had bolts coming out of either side of its neck. Once the arms were visible, chaos in the basement. Kids screaming, running everywhere. My mother was next to me. I, not quite 3, grabbed hold of her thigh. And I can remember digging my fingers into her leg, trying desperately to claw onto something, screaming. And I wet my pants. And I can remember seeing my older brother Scott race for a toy chest that was under the stairs. And I can see his eyes, meeting his eyes as he slowly lowered the lid. And I was so angry that I wasn't with him. I can remember my other brothers, Rob and Michael, leaping for the basement window, and that there must have been something under it that helped them, propelled them out the window. They jumped out the window with their friend. They ran down the street to a phone booth, somehow had a quarter, and called the police. Meanwhile, the kids are screaming and screaming and screaming everywhere. And the monster is bewildered. He's looking around. His arms are still outstretched. He's not saying anything. He's not grabbing for anyone. And I'm still screaming. My ears hurt because I'm screaming so loudly. And then the monster looked at me. And he said, "It's okay, Amy. It's okay. It's okay." But I couldn't hear him anymore. The next thing I remember is being in a little makeshift bed in my parents' kitchen. And my mother was there. And later, after my father had showered, I can remember him walking to the kitchen. I turned my head and could see his feet. And then he crouched down to talk to me. And he said, "Amy," but before he could get another word out, I threw up on his shoes. Good Night is a funny, scary story about an old woman who hears a frightening voice at night. It was a warm summer night and an old woman was getting ready for bed. She lived alone in her small apartment. She put on her nightdress and slippers, then made herself a cup of tea. Just as she was sitting down in front of the TV, the lights began to flicker. Suddenly, the TV went off and the lights went out. She was plunged into darkness. The power must have gone out, she thought to herself. She finished her cup of tea, then got a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and went to bed. She was very tired, so she kicked off her slippers and collapsed on the bed. Her bedroom window was open and the curtains fluttered in the gentle breeze. The moon shone through the window, casting frightening shadows on the wall. Her eyes slowly began to close as she drifted off to sleep. All of a sudden, she heard a loud creak. She opened her eyes and wondered what it was. Perhaps it was just the wind, she told herself. She tried to relax and go back to sleep. Just then, from the kitchen, she heard a loud noise that sounded like dishes being smashed. A hoarse voice whispered, "Tonight, you will die." The old woman was startled. "Who's there?" she cried. "I'm going to enjoy killing you," the hoarse voice replied. "Whoever you are, get out," cried the old woman. "Leave me alone." "Die. Die. Die," whispered the voice. Fear gripped her heart. In a panic, she reached out for the flashlight, but it wasn't on her bedside table. She tried to find her phone, but she couldn't remember where she left it. She lay in her bed, gripping the sheets and shaking with fear. "I've come here to kill you," said the voice. The old woman's pulse was racing and her heart was beating fast. She was so terrified she could barely breathe. She scrambled out of bed and cowered in the corner. "Please," she begged. "I'm an old woman. I've never harmed anyone. I don't deserve to die." "There is no escape," said the voice. "I'm going to kill you slowly and painfully." Crouching in the corner, the woman could not bring himself to move. She was paralyzed by fear. Her hands were shaking convulsively. Her brain ceased to think properly. The terrifying voice echoed in her head over and over, "Die. Die. Die. No, no. Please," she moaned. "I don't want to die." She began beating on the wall with her fists, hoping to wake the neighbors. She tried to get up, but her legs were weak and she fell to her knees. Her breath came in shuddering gasps. "I can't take it anymore," she wailed. "If you're going to kill me, then get it over with. Do it quickly. Put me out of my misery." Exhausted, the old woman began crawling across the floor to her bedroom door. "Say your prayers," the voice growled. You'll be dead soon." With her last ounce of strength, the old woman grasped the door handle. She wanted to be brave. She wanted to look her killer in the face before he snuffed out her life. "Prepare to die," said the voice. "Go ahead, do your worst," the old woman screamed. She opened the door and let out a groan. The lights were back on and there was a horror movie playing on the TV. The Chalk Drawings is a horror tale. It tells the story of a little girl who does amazingly detailed art drawings in chalk. "How's it going down there?" I asked, looking down at the little brunette girl splayed out on the sidewalk. Her chest rose and fell as a dramatic sigh passed her lips. "I can't find anything to draw," she said. "It's been hours and nothing I think of works." She turned her head in my direction, gazing up at me with her lower lip stuck out. I looked around at the many scrawled chalk shapes surrounding her. Then I looked up at the sky and studied a puffy white mass of clouds drifting on the wind. "Well, maybe you could start by just looking around. There are lots of things that look good in a drawing," I said. She shook her head and looked away again. "No, I already did. I drew it all." "You can't have drawn everything," I said. "There are two things in the world. You couldn't draw them all in one day." I scanned the chalk drawings as the little girl sighed again and shifted in place. She turned back in my direction with her mouth open and prepared to say something, but froze halfway. I rocked back awkwardly on my heels. Suddenly, she jerked upright and extended a hand toward the box full of chalk at her side. She slipped an untouched stick of red chalk out of the packet, then turned over and began drawing in the blank spot where she was lying down a moment before. The stick of chalk in her hands flew back and forth over the concrete, curving in graceful arcs and shuddering from side to side to make scattered lines. The shapes melded together one by one to create an image of extraordinary detail for an artist so young. The girl's focus was unwavering. No matter how many times I tried talking to her, she would just brush it off with a curt grunt and keep sketching. After just under a minute of nothing but the sound of chalk scraping the ground, she came out of her trance and rose to her feet. The scarlet chalk dust covered her small hands. She turned around and glanced at me with her bright blue eyes, now filled with tears. "Weird." I leaned over her shoulder to look at the drawing. The top of the figure was shaped like a human head. It was hairless with cold black eyes the size of dinner plates. Its back was hunched and its chest carved into a rough arc, the skin pulled tight enough to reveal the outline of a few ribs. Its arms were too long for its body and hung low by its feet, nails dragging on the ground. Beside it was the drawing of a dead man who had been dismembered. I backed up a couple steps and my jaw dropped. "How did you come up with this?" I breathed, marveling at the grotesque details. The girl stared up at me with tears spilling down her cheeks. Her finger was pointing in my direction. I frowned at her in confusion. Why would I remind her of a monster? But as I slowly turned and followed her finger with my eyes, I realized where she was really pointing. Helping People is a funny, scary story about a married couple who are woken in the middle of the night by a mysterious pounding on their front door and find a stranger looking for assistance. It was a dark and stormy night. A man and his wife were sleeping peacefully in their bed. Suddenly, they were rudely awakened by the sound of a car engine outside. A few minutes later, there was a loud knock on the front door. The man rolled over and looked at the clock. It was 3 a.m. "Who could that be at this time of the night?" he said. Outside, the wind howled and the rain was pelting against the window. The pounding on the door continued, growing louder and more insistent.
wake up. I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. Hey, hello. Time to wake up, time to wake up. Can you hear me? Wake up, Chrissy. I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up.
Hi.
Hi,
Fantastic.
Coca-Cola stick.
Jatuh, jatuh, jatuh. Udah, tolong aku, udah. Yang depan, udah. Udah. Pikir masa depan, udah.
So you get a magnificent pair of bananas.
Oh, great heavens! We are. I'm not finished.
That's it! Get out of my house! No! Go! Hit it! Like, actually hit it. It's not dead. No, like, no. What? Oh my god! It gave birth! Dude, no! Oh my god, it gave birth! Oh my god! It gave birth! Ah! It gave birth! It gave birth! Oh my god! In my house. Wait, I got that on video! Ah! Wait, we have to go back!